Hello, folks. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully, you are all doing well. I'm missing something at the moment. I do apologize. Bone, how are you now? You wasn't good to see you. No YouTube. I went live late on it. I forgot to hit a button. It's still new to me. I'm not doing the same things I was doing for 10 years. Yeah. Meta, thanks for the 10 biddies. G'day, young man. Nice haircut. Thanks, bud. I decided to try no beard for a while. I haven't actually shaved it. It's just down to like a really close crop. Just so that if I do decide to regrow it, I don't get the regrowth. But I don't mind it. Last time I had no beard, I was a lot fatter. So it's I hate my face a lot less this way. Which, you know, that's really the goal, right? Not hating your face. Anyway, hello there. I look red without a hot sauce. I've got red hair, you numpty. Like Samson after what Delilah did. So you're saying I had a biblical haircut? So anyway, that's the title. Freshly shaved idiot. Okay, cool. YouTube is running. Good. Sorry. I didn't know if I was going to stream today or not, honestly. I was very unwell yesterday. I was very unwell yesterday. And then, yeah, today, I woke up an awful lot better, but still tired. I think, I originally thought it was like a cold or a flu. I'm pretty sure I just, had like, it wasn't food poisoning, but like something bad I'd eaten. Don't go for too long. AOC should be back tomorrow. Yeah, 3 a.m. tomorrow. So 12 hours from now. 11 and a half hours from now. 11 hours and 29 minutes from now. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
To battle.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think I just had something bad I'd eaten because I had like quite a bad fever for, I'm gonna call it about 8 to 12 hours. Maybe not 12 hours, maybe about 8 hours. I just had a really bad fever. And then I was just feeling pretty awful for a bit. Hey, what up, Sandra? But yeah, I only just started, but less than 10 minutes ago. Started up late because I really wasn't sure if I was going to stream today. But I also missed yesterday's stream, which I feel a bit guilty about, but I definitely wouldn't have been able to stream. I was in bed sleeping for basically the entire duration. And then, yeah, well, and I made my my fair share of offerings at the porcelain throne while I was recovering yesterday, while I was sick yesterday. So again, I think I'm gonna try eating something sketchy. Really? Come on. Hit it, paddle, let's go. Thank you. There's one. Really? Where did my team go? Seriously. Like, my team just didn't show up at the point. Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised at all. Wrong tribute to skulls to the skull phone. Oh, sorry. Not poop for the porcelain throne? Oh. Oh, well, you know. Yeah. What up? Yeah. Yeah. It's a yam tea. It's very neat, but popular in some regions. Or something. Yes, it's tomorrow. Yes, correct. Reached it. Please, 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 please. Nope.
Armor piercing.
Hi. Never mind. Yeah, all good to meta. All good. And that, with the golem, it'll actually be me out of giveaway items for a while. I don't know when anything else will come. I also probably should do a giveaway with my own money again. It's been a little while since I've done one of them. It's something I really should be doing. You might want to enter it, Morbid. Not worth it for streamers using their own money. I mean, it is. I mean, I do feel an obligation to give back. How did I not see that? Muppet. Me continuing to give myself pulses with hot sauces is not giving back. Thank you, I think. Save my bucks. Yeah, I've just been thinking about a lot of stuff recently, and one of the things is that I haven't really done giveaways with my own money recently, and you all are very generous in supporting me with your time, viewership, and for some reason subscription and occasionally tips. So, you know, I feel like I should give back. I was saving all the money that I was getting from Twitch towards going to PAX. Sorry, not PAX, towards CitizenCon. But CitizenCon is digital only this year, and it's the same weekend as PAX. So I won't be able to co-stream it, sure. Hopefully there'll be a watch party organized to go watch it at PAX Australia. But it also just means that the money I sort of had set aside for that doesn't need to be spent on it. I don't know, if you're like Bitcoin rich, sure. But Bitcoin, the heart, the ECG of investment, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm not what I'd classify as Bitcoin rich. I'm not what I'd classify as rich. Just fortunately at a point where I had money set aside to go to CitizenCon that I don't need to spend now. I'll probably just spend it on booze at PAX. Not a bad plan. That said, last year at PAX I got absolutely hammered one night. Oops. Particularly plastered. Legitimately lit. Put it towards your car that died. It's about due for another catastrophic failure. Please don't say that. I literally have a full car. I literally have my full tool set in the back of my car at the moment because I expect the same.
Into your vehicle.
Like, I'm carrying around the majority of my tool set right now because of that. I'm not carrying around like the good jack. It's been about 6 months. Yeah. Wait, you're allowed to drive? Only when they forget to ban me. How many trees have run into me? I can happily report that I've never actually had an at-fault accident. I've been hit by a lot of people over the years, especially in my current car, but I've never been the instigating party in an accident. Am I sure? Yes! Attack Cat, good to see you. How you doing today, bud? I'm about to get rained on by very, very heavy rain. Let's go! Pitter patter, let's go there. Yeah, that's a bold strategy going down that way, but especially without angling. Dan, how you doing? Hi. Why would you turn? I'm very confused by that one.
Armor piercing. Loading.
Hi. Nope, you're not feeling brave anymore? Bonk.
Our victory is here.
This is a story of a previous coworker told us. He nailed a deer, and then a week later he was driving home in the range of his place. When he got there, there was like 15 deers just standing. Bonk.
Open fire!
Oh.
190. Height 1,000 meters.
Hey, you're all doing some good work there. There's the tiger.
Roger that. Advancing.
Hi. That's not going well for you, bud.
Armor piercing loading.
Oh dear.
280. Height 500 meters.
Oh dear, chat.
050. Height 1,000 meters.
Dude, fall that ran out in front of you in the same season. Only damage to my demo with a cracked headlight. I mean, that's good. I mean, it's not great that the deer have decided that you're the chosen target. You know,
We're controlling most.
you work with what you got.
010. Height 1,000 meters. Advance. Roger. Advancing.
Okay, there's one vehicle left, and it is a plane. Plane?
Height 500 meters. Objective achieved.
Winner.
Dig in.
Not having my tea strainer is very odd. I am so used to having like part of my meal left behind, or you know, filtering out the old tea leaves, that not having it there is off-putting. Kind of pleasant, but off-putting. was still trying to get me to do skulls for the skull throne. I was like, why did you do it problem? Candidly, because I have had a beard since I was fatter. And honestly, it's like, I was just wondering how I'd look without it. It's no big meaningful reason. I just thought I'm in a better situation right now. I'm a lot less jowly. And it also motivates me to keep losing weight. Because I put on a couple of kilos recently, and I've just finished losing them again. And I just pitter patter, let's get at her, and drop the weight a bit further. Well, that was a giant whiff by me, and then someone else blew it up.
Armor piercing, loaded.
So, yeah. I had the beard for a long time. I decided to change it up. Anyway, it's only beard. The like beard length was only about, I'm gonna call it a month of growth, maybe less. The stash is probably about 2 months. I'm not exactly stressing about having to bring it back. Also, candidly, there's quite a lot of grey in my beard at this point. It is no longer a monocolored beard. Papa Disco would be proud.
Artillery barrage on your sector. Target damage. Target destroyed.
I can't believe I got away with that one just then. That was not exactly a measured response.
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
I feel like just leaving the match after that death would be entirely reasonable. Oof. What I should do is make a dwarf in AOC with an epic beard, then you can be jealous of my character. Rude. I mean, the dwarves in AOC do get the option of mohawks, so just saying, probably should have made a mohawk this entire time. hate that guy.
Attention to the designated grid square. Armor piercing loaded.
Pretty much always had dwarfing games to play. Well, I was the only one I didn't death the lights.
Another zone captured.
Fair.
Roger, advancing.
I never really enjoyed playing like gnomes or goblins or anything like that in WoW because I found the lower perspective on the character to just be annoying. You have to make a night elf mohawk. I'm not sure if the word have to is the right word, but I see the perspective. One good hit. Lapdelium. Yep, that one was it. HP6. It's duck. Back to this duck first. Oh. Well, they just took a blapping. Honking somewhere. I don't quite know where you got hit from, bud. You don't appear to be need a repair. Oh. M44. That'll happen, I guess. Yes. Hey, what up, Pepsi? How you doing today, bud? You were not prepared for this? For this? Yes. Bonk. Oh. And confirm, got bonked. I had tier 1 today. Fine, I guess. Yeah, Pepsi, I decided to try it out for a while. Haven't really seen the entirety of my face in I'm gonna call it about 6 years? No, longer. When did I start growing this beard? No, I had it well before COVID. About 2017 or so. I haven't seen my face in 8 years. I decided to get stuck in. And I took off the whole beard. I, had a look at it, thought about it for a while. I had the worst cop stash. It was so brutal. Funny. But, yeah, just... like, you'd see me walking through the street, expect to get pulled over for a random breath test. Jakovic hasn't shaved for 15 years now. He's scared to find out what he looks like underneath. I was a little bit scared, but I actually have lost quite a lot of weight since I had my beard. So, did I get star splinters? Yes. Did I miss my face? Yeah, it's okay, I guess. I'm still a little bit jowly. Like, if I look down, I get a bit jowly. But I'm not offended by my face.
Crew position. Line it up. Runner ready. Runner ready.
I hate rubbing my face and seeing a hair embedded in my hand. Yeah. So actually, something that helped me a lot with that morbid, is not any of those fancy like beard products and beard oils and stuff like that. I just use the same conditioner I use on my hair on my face, and honestly, it reduced my hair breakage on my face bits so much. I also have some like beard oil for if I was going out and wanted to smell fancy, but yeah, just using a conditioner on my face every time I washed made such a big difference. It really did. I hate rubbing your face and seeing your hair just embedded into your... Yeah. Yep. Very familiar with the problem. Why do they allow T55s, the Swedish T55s, into this lineup? I do not understand what day drinking delight caused them to choose to put same nation vehicles against each other. Like, I understand that Gaijin go out for team drinking sessions at 8 in the morning before they make any decisions about the game, but like, I didn't think there was enough. I didn't think there was enough vodka on the planet to be quite that stupid. Find a new shampoo and conditioner when you move. Or you could, you know, go to Butcher's stream and use his code from Jericho to get some of their fancy beard stuff. But candidly, it's just like using a conditioner on my face, just it softened my hair bits on my face bits enough that I could enough that they didn't break as often, and also it meant that I didn't get that horrible like hair regrowth itch, if that makes sense. Because, like, especially with how much I abuse my hair to get it to this color and style this way, I really do need to treat it well occasionally. But the other beard oil obviously not much use, but Urbane Mess beard oil, it's pretty standard oil. Sunflower oil, avocado oil, walnut oil, eucalyptus. Pretty standard. Just smell nice, smooth beard. Hi.
Target destroyed.
Really? Where'd that go through? Oh, I didn't know they had a shot to my lower hull. I thought the structure was in the way. It was not. How do you look like the hairiest bald guy I've ever seen? Well done, Varen. Well done. Yeah, I look like a bald guy who mugged somebody for a chunk of their hair. You do, I scalped somebody. You can't go facial hair yet. 3 weeks of no shaving us. You'll have less double than Alan Richardson and Reacher. The issue is always the issue is what I use is local and sold in the island as far as I'm aware. Okay. I mean, support local businesses, right? Also, moving sucks, and I'm sorry you're having to go through it. But from what I remember, you're moving for a really good reason. My Leopard doesn't go through that thing that easily. That was a very well aimed shot. Yep. future man. I need those glasses. The future man glasses. Something that surprised me actually was I was out shopping for sunglasses for my holiday. You know, as you do. I didn't even think of picking up a pair of like big, stupid, super 80s glasses. Hey Sloth, how you doing today, bud? Oh, this one's great. Oh, I'm doing well, bud. Hopefully you're keeping well too. Not there. Not there. Right. Oh, never mind. It went pop. Doing fantastic. About got a nuke at 8.3 and M22. Ah. Nice. 2 games before I got caught slacking because I was so astonished. Look, so sometimes it's very fun just throwing down in high tier vehicles in high tier battles in silly vehicles. The problem that I have with it is the number of times people massively underperform doing it, where they're like, they're trying to be cheeky and sneaky and fancy and schmancy, and they just get clapped immediately. Massive to massive.
Into your vehicle.
Long time no see. I long time no see my friends that I've just walked out of. Like walked out on. You walk out of the bar. It's like, hey guys, it's like walking in the same direction. Oh hey, it's been a minute. They're so fed up with my rubbish some days. The dad thing. I'm not even a parent. I just... I know, this is going to shock some people, but... This doesn't have much luck with ladies. Or any people at all, really, honestly. I'm an honorary dad. All the terrible jokes, none of the financial penalties. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it's apparent. It's just like the old one of what is the right time to release a pun into the wild when it's fully grown. I went there. Love that sound. It's close enough, comfortable with. Before I take off, do you know what you call Batman when he skips out on Turks? Yeah, that one I don't got. Wow! Jimmy, thanks for the big old raid, Reno. How the heck are you doing today, bud? No Apocalypse, welcome. And Jimmy, thank you so much for sharing your community with my community and trusting me with your peeps. Hopefully you're having a hecking great one. Darcy doesn't clap my cheeks. It does that sometimes. Often, in fact. Were you playing the PTU? Or are you playing on live? Because 4.1.1 got some nice little changes. I'm very tempted to re-pick up my Argo Raft with the changes recently. Chad, if you haven't followed Jimmy already and you enjoy a bit of the old Star Citizening, please do make sure you give him a follow. Definitely worth your time. Save for the raid. Are you though? Are you though?
We're winning.
Why are the one and done? Seriously, you're in a tech tree vehicle. Why are you one and done? That's just a rage quit. Wasn't on live, haven't been started as much. Okay. Well, hopefully, despite it giving you a good big clap lapping, that you enjoyed your time on it. The live branch right now is actually quite good. Live branch right now is pretty stable, reasonable performance, lots of missions are working. It's been a pretty good run. Folks seem to think the Raft is going to go up in price now, so I got the CCU. I think I've got a buyback for it. I had the Raft. I really liked the Raft until they sort of moved towards Beam Citizen after they released the Raft. And with Beam Citizen, the Raft just didn't make sense with its old design. And I had been very vocal about how they could fix it. That's friendly. Okay. Quick censored clap of your cheeks. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Follow me. Let's keep the pressure on.
I mean, let's also be very clear. Attack Cat. Star Citizen arbitrarily increases the prices of things quite regularly. So the Raft going up in price would not be surprising at all in any meaningful way. Oh, hi. Why doesn't the 400i go down in price? Does they keep on nerfing it? Because it's a luxury vehicle. Candid answer. If it's alien or luxury, it has a massive price increase for no useful reason. I'd love for it not to be the case. Like the 400i, I picked one up when it launched. I refunded it. I got into it. It doesn't do anything well enough to warrant it. The cargo is inconvenient. It's not massively luxurious. It's nice. It's not massively luxurious. When it came out, the vehicle it went to be paired with didn't exist, the X1, so you couldn't put anything into that front slot. It didn't fight well, it didn't explore well, it didn't luxury well. It just kind of existed in this weird space. So I ended up just refunding it. I spent money on something else instead, honestly. But yeah, I didn't love it. The 600i I really like, actually. But yeah, the 400i I didn't like. 890 Jump is just, it's too big for, like, I don't have a use case for it. Nobody really has a use case for it. It's hilarious and over the top. It's like, I had too much money. It's like that Nintendo meme of like, well, anyway, so this is how I imagine our audience is. I have too much money and no idea what to do with all of this money I have. I just want to spend it on something. Won't somebody please take all of this money that I have? The 600i and the 890 have too much wasted space. 400 feels like the opposite. It's just not enough space. Yeah, I kind of like the 600i, specifically the touring version, because it feels like a vehicle that is there to take people on like a small cruise, like a 2 or 3 nighter. It feels like that sort of luxury super yacht style of vehicle, where you're going on like a boutique trip to somewhere. There's also the argument that it might actually be useful whenever we get passenger functionality, or like NPC crew missions, or NPC like transport missions, sorry. That said, no hecking idea when that's happening. I've been talking about that for years. That'll come out about the same time as the Genesis Starline. Another vehicle which I'm really excited for it. Now there's talk that the Perseus might be coming out very, very soon. You see that massive crew bedroom or whatever at the bottom of the 600i? I could hold so much passenger cargo and went... Yeah, there's this weird thought process at CIG, the vehicle design, where they're like, this is the sort of thing that people would want, and it's not really connected to like the use of space. Like, you look at the Tumbrel Nova tank, which I am infuriated with constantly,
Into your vehicle.
and I know that, and they sort of created a tank using their vehicle design rules. So you could move around inside it, like walk around inside it while standing up for some reason. And it doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of like, I don't mind that thing in the black skin. It's nice. And there's like a lot of other vehicles that have, like, they've designed it with some arbitrary rule set in place that just doesn't make a lot of sense. I find it deeply frustrating sometimes. Flashbang. Like I don't know, the 400i, for example, when I look at it, the placement of those turrets on the back of it, very pretty, very aesthetic, having the turrets there, but doesn't make a lot of sense having crew in those positions. So I kind of hate it. And having crew in those positions covers anything chasing you. But if they're in front of you, you have, what, 2 size 4s to make do with? It's not enough weaponry for the size of the vehicle. Deployed but not in the ground clearance, fit most ground because in the cargo bay is also a choice. So they've tested it with a increased ground clearance, and it looked awful. They tested it before it went into live. It looked awful, really bad. So I'm glad they didn't do that.
Guide on me.
But yeah, from the functionality standpoint, the cargo bay fits like the Ursa and stuff like that. You just can't get it in there, which is frustrating. Give me a stork ship. I got a delivery for you. Then again, now with the redesign of the Argo raft, I find myself wanting the raft vehicle transport variant, which has some sort of a hand-wavium clamping system, beam system to grab onto ground vehicles and move them using it. Where was that?
Yeah, he's getting closer to
In the shadow on the point. Wow, I am blind. Oh, that's because it looked like a T-50. It was a T-50. I hate the captured vehicles slash Lend-Lease vehicles slash post-war purchased vehicles. It's so frustrating. Basically a luxury Zeus, except they want to reduce some of the redundant modules. Yeah, see that. Except the Zeus is kind of more is quite a lot more useful in many ways. I wonder if we're ever going to see the luxury Zeus, the status. There was a status ship. I don't actually know it. Bishma is that one of its own camo that can be stretched out to go only green and look identical to T90. Yep. That's about right. The developers' choices to give same nation vehicles as the Op4 is just so dumb. Like, genuinely. There's only so much day drinking you can do, right? Also an ally. They just hosed down a friendly. If only the German captured T-34 at a green camo, it would be amazing. No!
attention to the designated grid square.
What happened? happened to the plane? Oh, our anti-air already shut it down. I'm so glad I jumped onto a anti-air and then got murdered by a different anti-air. I've no idea what you're talking about there, UWM. I just put giant markings on them, honestly. Like, about as big as you can make whilst not looking like trash. Finally do, Skin Pegasurino. War pain today. It's been a bit rough. But that's also fine, I guess. Yes. Not too bad. Not too bad. Just decided to let more of my face see the sun that I don't get. Remove the winter coat, so to speak. You know, in helicopters have like air sim, like the US Focke-Wulf 190. At least with air sim, when you get close enough, you get an identifier on your minimap. Like you identifier on the HUD. In ground sim, you don't get a marker. So if someone's flying the German IL-2, you don't know unless you check the map. So I find ground sim to be even more egregious, especially when you have people driving, like, I don't know, the Italian Tech Tree M4, like the Italian, what's it, M4 Firefly-esque vehicle, which has those blue markers on the side, which are the tank division marker, and 9 times out of 10, when I see one of those in ground sim, they have a decal or a bush or something over those markers that you can't see that they are Italian. And then when you team kill them, and I team kill them because I identify visually, I don't always rely on the rangefinder, they get so angry at you for not knowing. Right, I mean, my dude, you went out of your way to make the thing less easy to identify. I had someone today, when I was playing off stream, they had a giant American flag, the entire length of their Japanese M4, They had obviously stretched a decal to change the color of the whole thing, and they had like Destroyer on the top of it, so it looked as American as possible. And then when I team killed them, oh, how'd you not know? Check the friendly list, mate. Ow. Already taking shots. Shots. Everybody! Nope, that's a miss. I just ammoed the Bradley. It was not enough. Loaded a Chieftain. That didn't breach it? That's surprising. Everything breaches a Chieftain. Mind? Oh, it was a T-55. Of course it was. I swear that looked like a Chieftain to me. Whatever. Bradley. Oh, over there? Yes, over there. Ow. Oh, the world is giving me a paddling. Oh, there was another Bradley over there. Of course there was another Bradley over there. Why wouldn't there be another Bradley over there? I saw that I'd gotten one Bradley and I thought, okay, cool. That's the Bradley dealt with. Nope. With the advancement in drones and guided anti-tank options, has the main battle tank become a relic of a bygone era warfare? I don't think so quite yet. It still has a place. It's just... it's a place that's only relevant if you have air superiority. It's moved into less of a battle space controller, I guess. But I think that's also partially because we haven't seen really the next development of primary armor. I firmly believe the next generation of primary armor we see will include platforms for detection and destruction of autonomous and other flying vehicles in Europe. You've already seen some concepts on it with Metal Storm and the Ahead rounds that the Germans are using now. I just think we'll start to see what would be serving a similar function to CIWS on a standard armored vehicle platform, and also using the armored vehicles more as a command and control vehicle than they are at the moment. So I really do think that's one of the next stages we'll see in armored vehicle development. Because we're seeing increasingly connected troops in terms of battle space awareness and information linking. And using that improved technology combined with the ability to deny airspace and still maintaining the ability to punch out other things like them is going to be quite critical, I think, anyway. But I'm not a military operations specialist, so I don't know. Ow. Do I think they'll rely on laser interception systems? Not as they are right now. Not as we're seeing laser interception systems right now. Actually, we'll go this one. I think we'll see high energy weapons more. I just don't know if they'll be laser. High energy systems right now need too much volumetric space to be efficient. When you're equipping them onto a naval vessel, they are very much viable, but not currently more viable than a, sorry for the flashbang, not currently more viable than a traditional kinetic ground system, purely from, you know, technical limitations at the moment. Materials limitations, probably a better description. I think that material limitation is going to slowly go away for high energy weapons. You'll notice I'm not saying laser weapons. I think we will see a resurgence in non-optical high energy, such as, gosh, it was done in the late 90s. There were some systems built using microwave emitters. The Navy also has great heat sink to use. It's called the Ocean. It's true. That said, recent testing of a shipborne railgun or pseudo railgun has not gone very well. So, yeah, that's been challenging. Well, there's, okay, I haven't actually read up on the press releases for the railgun project recently. But I know that the last one I had, I'd read up on, the testing hadn't gone very well. They had a functional one on the new aircraft carrier. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look into it. It's so weird because, you know, the type of content I make and what my search history looks like. I get recommended things like DARPA updates and like press releases on YouTube from Rheinmetall. Like, I'm convinced the algorithm thinks I'm a military contractor.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close. Engine off. Allied forces have captured a zone. Start the engine. Reverse.
There's a Halliburton lobbyist. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Then again, I'm convinced that some of those military contractors have the entire world on their payroll at this point. I remember reading into the F-35 project when I was vaguely interested in it, and how they had the construction for that project was done in literally every congressional district. There was something being manufactured or developed in every single congressional district so that they could go back to the lobbyists and politicians and say, I'm creating jobs in your district for your people. So you cannot pull funding. And you know that they would campaign hard against, of course, through political action committees, PACs, to say that this congressman is voting against your jobs. They're taking our jobs. Yada yada. Oh, hi. Them took our jobs. No, I did. Sorry, I saw your message earlier. I just forgot to word it. Good wording, me. Heck me, chat. How have I tried to stream for 10 years with this ability to, you know, word? You wording good too. Meanwhile, people trying to curtail the most wasteful program in American history. Capitalism? Or you talking about the F-35 stuff? I'm guessing you're probably talking about the F-35. Yes. Let us directly link the... absolute sock puppet. Terry Bunky. I try not to get too political. I'm not going to say political. I try not to get too one-sided in my commentary on here because there's not a lot of point to it, honestly. Trying to argue one side or the other in the one-party preferred program just doesn't work. They've split the nations too effectively for it to ever, you know, functionally be able to change someone's mind at this point. But watching the same people who continue to vote for massive overfunding of boondoggle projects in the military-industrial complex, still sit there and gloat about saving $300 million by not sending it to their allies for humanitarian aid is just boggling. It's mind-bogglingly stupid. I cannot, for the life of me, understand it. The term picking up things in front of a steamroller was old to my parents. Yeah. I actually haven't heard that saying before, but I definitely understand it. I have watched the Pentagon Files. I've also read the book, and it's fantastic. But I'm just seeing how incredibly blind the parties are to, you know, how obvious it all is. But I never see that conversation happening in the media because if anyone on either side would it criticize the amount of spending that goes into protecting the American way of life? Or the Australian way of life? The Vietnamese way of life? You're suddenly vilified by literally everybody. That is in this lineup. I haven't actually driven that thing yet, chat. I'm going to bring out a silly little thing. Do silly little things. Just went government auditing, spending audited. It's already fairly well documented. There's tooling, like there's published stats. I cannot remember the name of the website right now, but there already is quite a lot of the spending is documented. Not all of it by any means, but quite a lot of it is actually already documented. You can see where the money's going for quite a lot of the stuff. Thanks to some congressional, like, what's it called? Congressional accountability legislation passed several years back.
Cruise positions. Fire now. Driver ready.
So in Canada, we have hundreds of billions of dollars that vanished. Okay. I don't know about Canada. Australia also has... We don't have hundreds of billions of dollars to go vanishing. But... yeah. That also happens. Though, Morbid, it is heartening to see that somewhere out there... So someone out there is not quite corrupt enough to shrug off the... Tesla dealer that was selling 8 cars an hour. Mostly because the media ran with that story for too long. I wonder if we'll ever hear any updates on that one. ZSU? ZSU up here. Okay. Keep getting those Batman versus Jason Bateman State Farm ads. So I used to use a music streaming platform called Digitally Imported, DIFM, which kept me from going more mad during my commute time. But one of the things that I would hear constantly on that ad was because for some reason there's like 5 ads it would ever offer me, because obviously they haven't sold to the Australian market. And one of the things it always used to say is like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And in my head, all I can hear is that they're kind of like that really bad HOA that quietly filed documentation to sell your house to one of their mates without giving the opportunity to fight it. Never mind.
850.
I hit one, but it didn't do anything. I feel like insurance companies, especially in the States, they try to sound like they're the good guys, but then what they actually do is post profits. The only people that insurance companies are good guys to are investors.
Leopard, 1 o'clock. Range 700.
Really?
Allied forces have captured a zone. Transmission. Fire!
I don't have the experience
Recon reports enemy
of
spotted.
every round going through
Attention to the designated grid square.
on
Gun in action.
that doesn't happen when I'm firing at these things. Insurance is one of those companies that should be non-profits. So the healthcare insurance company I use here in Australia is a non-profit. I tried to look up if any of the insurance providers in the States were non-profit, and it seems like that would be some sort of a crime. Yeah, so every year, my insurance premiums they're not cheap. I don't have baseline insurance. I actually have quite a few options that I choose, which is also why my colonoscopy surgery the other day was expensive, but not brutally expensive, even though I got it on private and within a week. And at the end of each year, what's left over that isn't in their kitty, like they're like a disaster plan, I actually get sent back a gift card from my insurance company. I get sent back a gift card from my insurance company, usually for $100 or so, which is the non-claimed excess averaged across their insurance base.
Into your vehicle. Button up.
Red Cross do insurance in the States. Interesting. I'll have to see if that's true. If it is true, that's neat. That's never happening in the US. Patience equals profit. So one of the things I found out fairly recently that just depressed / angered me to a truly rabid level was the way that private hospitals work in the States. So this is something I only found out recently. This is coming from a third party, so I don't know that it's absolutely accurate. But let's say you go into hospital and the hospital for your treatment for your whole treatment plan, let's say that the total they come up with through their magical numbers of corporate profits says that you owe them $32,000 for your accommodation, your care, the consumables, for all of the stuff. But you have private health cover. And your private health cover is like, okay, cool, we need your copay amount, whatever amount that is. And once you've done your copay, they will pay the bill, right? The insurance company then goes to... Sorry. Your insurance company then goes to the bank. Okay, cool. We've been paid by our client, so we'll pay you guys. And they then go get a list of the procedures and processes and everything like that, to work out like what was done, and then they go to the hospital. Okay, cool. We'll pay for that one, but our agreed rate for that total amount of services is $8,500, or $8,000 to make it easier. The hospital takes their payment and writes off the rest of the bill as a tax loss. They don't lower the cost because that's an agreed rate. No, they write off that unpaid amount of the invoice from the insurance provider as a loss for tax reasons. That's why the hospital doesn't pay tax, because when they have someone with insurance get paid by an insurance company, they write off the fact that they weren't paid the total invoiced amount. It's like, oh, we're losing money on this. They're not losing money on that. They just think they should be paid more because that would give them higher corporate bonuses. I hate it. I hate it so much. 30 gigawatts at like 2 hours? Ow. Does he often charge a different amount based on the type of insurance you have, or if they're paying out of pocket? Yep.
Most of the souls are taken by the enemy.
Roger that. Advancing. Target hit.
I swear the aiming system in this game is like intentionally busted some days. Don't understand it. But also I was trying to fight off AMX-30 as the last person alive. Oh good, and helicopter. Where is it? Never mind. Yeah, sudden attack of the gravity. Yeah, it's a rigged game, and I kind of just hate it. I feel like, you know, there's no such thing as the good old days, but I think it was a little bit less blatant back then. Hi. I don't know. I think, what did it work out to be? I think my total cost of my surgery, being aware that I could have had it done for free through public health care, but I probably would have had to wait 3 months. I got it done in a week for about $900 cost to me. Someone I knew in the insurance scheme was telling me for major stuff it was becoming cheaper to consider hiring a private plane and doctor nurse to get someone back in Australia to treat it rather than the US. Yeah, absolutely. The Philippines has a massive market for what are called medical tourists, I think was the phrase given to me. where people would fly, medical tourism, yeah, where people would fly to the Philippines to have their procedures done because it would cost them a reasonable amount of money to have it done there. And even with all the costs associated with getting there and the recovery and all of that, it was still providing a higher level of care for less cost than getting it done locally. And that's coming from globally. Like, they are... Hey, see you, and take care of yourself, bud. Community healthcare is getting super dark with MAID being expanded. I have no idea what MAID is. But Australia recently went through... I say recently, it was about 6 years ago now. More than that. About 8 years ago now. They functionally privatized how our disability insurance scheme worked. Where instead of having large groups doing it, people register as a service provider and claim it on an individual level. It was said that it was to reduce costs and get rid of admin costs and all of that one. It's costing them more. It's massively boosted profits of these insurance service providers, and people are getting worse service because of it, because there is so much fraud in that space. It's been such an awful process, but nobody's willing to admit that. Really? Rude? Hi. What?
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Really? Okay. I'm not having a great run at the moment, chat. Mutually assistance in dying, a new program that's to help the terminally ill or chronically suffering. Being expanded to also include mental illnesses. There are talks of being applied to the extremely impoverished. Really? That is getting dark. Hey, what up, Landy? How you doing? Hope you're having a great one. They started recommending the program to veterans with PTSD. There are certainly positions in which I agree that continuing to exist is not the right choice because there isn't the quality of life behind it. But it's also not the only solution, you know? It's not... It shouldn't be made because it's the financial solution. Really? Yep. Exactly what it sounds like. Absolutely. It's being applied for depression. That's not great. Not great. Yeah, that's kind of my thought there as well, Heatfish. You're supposed to be in a hotel in another country right now, but I'm currently spending the night in an airport partway along because of delayed flights from not having enough air controllers in the area that caused them to reduce the loud traffic. Whereabouts are you stuck, Heatfish? Without obviously going into detail. Because that is just the right level of stupid. But remember, just remember, as long as you're aware that we can't have women or gender diverse people performing that role. Apparently, I hate our timeline. I really genuinely do.
Right, tracks replaced.
Our victory is near.
Roger that. Advancing. Been hit. Flying gear is out of order.
How are you?
We've been hit.
Okay. Are we stuck at Vancouver? Oh, okay. So, not the American, we can't have diverse people operating in a high-stress environment thing. Are any people, do I know of any companies down in Australia hiring firmware engineers? Absolutely, I do. There is so much high-skilled tech work going right now in Australia. Like, genuinely, there is a lot. Note yourself, get passport. Get passport anyway, my dude. I know it's expensive and inconvenient, but if you have the means to get one, have it. Not in saving money, increasing company profitability, but not having to pay into social break. Yep. It's not even only investor kickbacks at this point, Hefish. They've got to pay for all of the golden parachutes from, you know, the CEO or CTO or CFO that dove on the sword. Oh, yes, it was all my fault that we, you know, lost all this money. So I shall quit. And you shall hand me a $3 million exit package so I can move on to a different job in the same industry. I hate it. 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 The government just financed construction for a bunch of EV charging stations around the country. My brother-in-law was telling me about it. He's involved in all that stuff. I guess the big contract from the Australian government. They are doing a big rollout of EV charging stations in public car parks. I don't know all the details about it, but it's definitely something they're doing. There's also a massively corrupt project being bandied around at the moment. To build nuclear power into Australia. However, the quotes that they're citing are about 1/10 to 1/50th of the price it's expected to actually cost to build. It also has no plan in place for disposal of the materials created using it. And the advertising that they're doing about it is so massively disingenuous that it infuriates me. They're advertising right now that it takes 437... What was the number? 4,300 and something wind farms to provide the power of the one nuclear plant. Except we're already building the wind turbines. And the same government that is pitching, the same party that's pitching this nuclear plant, is the one who's demanding that the wind farms be demolished because they're bad for the environment. These things look so stupid, man. It's just so bad. 5.5 hours at YCD. Ugh. Ugh. Wind turbines do kind of suck, their solar is way better. Wind turbines have a very, very important part in the power economy. One of the biggest things that some wind turbine farms do is they provide, I can't remember the exact term, but functionally they provide a sort of a capacitor functionality within the grid that will mean that during a sudden load, it's available to fill that load immediately, and also it is a sine wave creating type of power. It's actually very interesting because one of my cousins works for a company that is developing a form of solar power that is going to also help fulfill the same role. Because one of the issues with solar power is it is a, I don't know what they call it exactly, but it's like a digital power. And that digital power is a sine wave following power source. That's a sine wave following power source will mean that it's going to not be able to come online until there's already reliable power in the event of a power loss. So what they need is more ways to have a consistent DC. Yeah, it is DC. What they need is more things that produce a sine wave AC current for these DC power sources to join onto. Grid storage is actually not the only solution. One of the big things they need is instant response. They need instant response load for the grid. So one of the reasons why hydro is so well loved by the power industry is because if there's load, most hydro sites can provide current instantly. There is almost zero delay in spooling up additional output from hydro. Also, hydro, because it has giant spinning turbines, has mechanical load on it. Solar is supplementary, not sole provider. Solar can be sole provider. So one of the great things that this company that my cousin is involved with is doing is they are building, and I don't want to go into the details of how they're doing it because there's several companies doing similar solutions. They are building ways for the excess power, the excess energy being generated from solar farms to be stored in such a way that it can be converted into what I'm best going to describe as flywheel energy, like physical capacitor, so that it can provide immediate power on demand. Also, because it is providing what I'm describing is a flywheel style, it's also sine wave generating. Grid storage at different response. Yeah. And yeah, they also need to have non-DC ways of getting grid storage because recovery of these recovery from disaster is really tough when you only have one type of energy. And that type of energy isn't a coal power plant or a nuclear power plant or some form of a steam turbine power solution. You just want a damn taco? Tacos. I didn't get the reference though. Go back to building dams. Dams are cool. Dams are cool. One of the giant boondoggles that Australia has had recently was a pumped hydro plant for existing dams here in Australia, part of the Snowy Hydro project, which the project was to build, again, grid storage to help manage the requirements of higher, peak time loads would be take the excess power that they're getting during daytime and use that excess energy to pump water back up the hydro lines to regain that storage capacity. So rather than having to build more dams or new dams, because Australia doesn't have a lot of water sometimes. Rather than having to, find a new source for the energy, they were working on trying to get it so that the energy they already have Hi. None of those hit, did they? Ricochet, hate that guy. Hi. Hi. Oh, what is that? Anyway. Actually, the government are making the projects too expensive so people hate them. Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. But they're very, very effectively funneling money from the public sector to the private sector. And that's only for the good of the people. Well, some people. The people that they know anyway. Public grid storage should work with all of it. Absolutely it should. Absolutely it should. Loading cost usually means someone needs to use their guy and get a cut. Heck yeah. The flow of Niagara Falls is 100% controlled by hydro plant. Yes, I actually did know that. I actually did know that Niagara Falls was controlled by hydro. Once again, Heatfish, this all comes back to the Pentagon Wars. I actually, I was reading a book series recently, and it's largely smut. I'm going to be entirely candidly here. But the premise of it was guy from Earth gets picked up by government and sent to space with spacefaring races that massively overwhelm Earth. They find Earth, they're like, oh, yeah, they're humans. Interesting. You're part of us now. So, they go to the government, they're like, government, we need your mages, or whatever they are. Here are the people that we want. Government's like, yes. Fine. And they give them over. And then the governments are told they have, I think it was 20 years or whatever the number was in the story, to make sure that they, get the population ready for integrating with the greater galaxy and the ability to go wherever in the galaxy. And very predictably, none of the politicians tell anyone anything. Because that's for someone later down the line. They can't be blamed for not telling anyone. It's not going to happen during their term. I hate it. 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 Incredibly short-term political projects just suck. We had it in Australia a while ago, actually, when they rolled out what's called the National Broadband Network. The National Broadband Network was a project pitched and successfully funded to build high-speed fiber internet to every household in Australia by fiber to every premise within the cities, and a blend of Wi-Fi / 5G and satellite communication for the more regional areas. Except the next government that came in had to go with the no, it will be cheaper if we use worse technology, and rolled out what Australians know as fiber to the node, which is basically, rather than running fiber to every house, they ran fiber to a junction, which they had to build and buy at either a existing telecom station or a new one that they had to build. And they used the existing copper wire used for phone lines to give that last 5-10 kilometers of connection speed. Except it cost them more to do that, because when they said it will be cheaper, they didn't. So in their numbers, they assumed that the owners of the lines would just give them the lines for free. Shockingly, that didn't happen, because the publicly traded company that owned the lines wasn't going to give away massive amounts of money in infrastructure for no dollars. I know you're surprised. The government sure was. So it was massively more expensive to roll out worse connections for everybody. Now, 15 years later, they're having, not even 15 years, 10 years later, they're having to roll out a new plan to get fiber to every premise. This may seem like something we should have had a while ago, and it is. So anyway, now they're having to spend even more money to upgrade the system to what the spec was originally. I hate it so much. High speed is a human right. Depends what you define as high speed. The ex-CEO of Australia's largest telephone provider was quite famously cited that no household needs above 10 megabits, especially not in upstream. Any demands beyond that are corporate level demands. So apparently the reason why we couldn't have high speed upstream was because only companies need high speed upstream. Yeah. So their corporate plans, their business plans, had high speed proper internet connections. Their home plans were expensive and awful. If you remember a sci-fi novel I enjoyed, that concept was the expansionist alien empire invaded the planet, but they came in from a unified society largely without internal conflict. They show up like flintlocks and are not prepared for humans. Oh yeah, humans choose violence every single time. Every time. Fiber to the node isn't bad if the node is close and you have coaxial. So the funny thing is, the upgrade plan they have right now is fiber to the premises for every location that doesn't have coaxial. If your fiber to the node connection is via twisted pair, via standard phone line, you're part of the rollout for the new system. But if they're using the coaxial lines, you're part of like the third phase of the upgrade instead, because they acknowledge that you can get gigabit goods connections through fiber, through coaxial. but you definitely can't through Twisted Pair.
Button up. Driver ready.
Not to be confused with Twisted Sister. If you want an IRL Pentagon Wars moment to end all designed by committee events, look at the British Columbia NDP rally. Handling of our fast ferries that came out slow, unstable, and doing everything so badly they were sold for scrap. Nice. I mean, that's currently happening in the States, where they are actively purchasing and building more of their Trimaran LT Littoral Combat Ships, LCSs, whilst at the same time they are decommissioning them for being awful.
Shot fired. Target destroyed.
So yeah, that's happening right now. They're building more LCSs and paying for them, whilst they're decommissioning the ones they've currently got because they're bad. They're cracking while at sea, yes. And do you know where some of those are being made? Yeah, Australia. Good work. The modular ships that don't have any modules to attach. Also, when they did build modules, you needed to dry dock the ship for some massive amount of time for the modules to actually be attached and changed. Wasn't it little Billy Gates that asserted that 64 kilobytes of memory would be more than enough for any home computer? It's funny because storage is one of those ones that we had no idea how much storage we would need. Like, we just genuinely didn't know how much storage that would be in demand going forwards.
Target destroyed.
Like, I'm gonna visibly age with this one, but I remember saving up for and buying a 1 gigabyte hard drive, and it was like the best thing ever.
Running gears out of order.
Europe figured out how to make mission modules work a while ago. This is hilarious parts. Yeah. Hilarious is not necessarily the word that I'd use, but it's definitely a part. I have a 4 terabyte in my computer. I'm looking at doing 6 for the next build. I've got a 1 and a 2 in this one at the moment, and it's enough, but I have to choose between installs because game designers have realized that people have lots of storage, so they don't have to compress anything anymore. They're made by CIG, the modules, the LCS. Well done. Well done. You just want your Battlefield upgrade kits for your Vanguards, right? You with 8 1 terabyte SSDs and 2 1 terabyte NVMEs. Yeah. I understand the pain, I really do. Up. Hi.
360. Height 100 meters.
Well, yep. You have a 2+2, 400 is free because I installed Arc. Yep, that'll do it. Remember when you got a 1200 baud connection that was better than all the neighbors kind of thing? Yep.
Roger.
Yeah, my first internet connection here was when my parents, who ran an IT business, picked up a 2800 baud modem.
Alpha Victory is near.
I am also the only person I know, except for my parents, who have ever programmed on a punch card computer. So many boards, just more than you could ever need.
Attention to the map.
You remember playing games and you had to put a disc in for? Yeah. Only one disc? Ooh, you were spoiled. Probably wasn't even an actual floppy disk. Oh. Well, that was extremely dumb of me. I just got numbers there killed. Because they were doing a zoom.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed.
Ham's dead. Where? Yeah, okay, that's with M60A1, so it probably has thermals. That makes a little bit more sense as to how they saw that, but that is a bit of a sketchy shot. Just saying, a little bit sketchy. You had a floppy drive, but you're young enough to start with CD games. Ah. Sorry, the first computer I ever learnt on had actual floppy disks, not the 3.5. So not the 3.5 inch 1.4 for me, like double density drives. Five and a quarters, heck yeah. And it's worth noting that was the third generation of floppy disks that were widely accepted. The first generation of floppy disks did not have like a holder in them. The second generation was a 8-inch disk. The third gens were the 5 1/4. And then the fourth gens were... Actually, there was one between them. There was another one between the 5 1/4 and the 3.5 inch. And I'm not talking about like the double density ones, because the first 3 1/4s were... So the first 3.5s were a 784 kilobyte disk. But I think there was one between the two as well. Also, some can use a cassette style. Yep, cassette is actually still being used. Handedly. Secure data backup is actually quite often still a tape backup at the moment. Box punch cards somewhere? I'm sure I have them somewhere. But I actually wrote a program on a punch card computer to calculate the square root of a number. That's what I did. And then I started trying to work out how to write one for calculating pi. But I actually, that was the only reason I got to do that one was they were decommissioning a punch card system to get the room back it was in. And I had enough time to get help and write a program for it, which I thought was neat. So who you got from? You're a little concerned as to what might be on them. Really, really space efficient malware.
Okay, chaps, put the kettle on.
Fine pie, I should have used an apple. Be here all night. I thank you for watching, I guess. Oh, it's like potentially still classified stuff. Oh, interesting. Remember actual floppies? Yeah, I had them. That's how I got DOS 3 point whatever on actual floppies. You don't remember how long things stay classified here? Ah, depends on the nature of it. Something, Australia at least, don't ever get naturally declassified. They need to be manually declassified. Yay. I'm sure we haven't lost anything important because of that rule. Look, Peevish, it could be worse. It could be the Minecraft guy. I loved when the leak came out that someone was sharing the design and layout of military bases online. Everyone's like, War Thunder, no! It was Minecraft, and they're like, oh, recreating his base in Minecraft? That's the guy! We live in the stupidest timeline, we really do. Remember, folks, if you ever think you've made something idiot-proof, you're underestimating the idiots. And if you do make something idiot-proof, they'll just make it better idiot. Those cards might be military intelligence stuff, but we have no clue. If you want the actual solution to that problem, Pepsi, there are punch card emulators available where you can scan in the punch cards to work out what they contain. I mean, punch card programs are written in machine code cabal, basically, so they're not encrypted in any way, so you can work out what the program does. Just writing styles have changed, like programming styles have changed a lot over the years, so you kind of need to understand the design methodology behind them. Hope the cards are in order. So when you are writing a punch card system, the way that you do it is you number like the top corner of all the cards as you're going through it. What I learned from talking to people about it was, after a certain point of doing the job for long enough, what everyone ended up doing was you put them all into the holder, and you take a texter and just draw a diagonal line across it, a Sharpie or whatever. You just draw a diagonal line across the entire thing so you can get them back in order really quickly if you need to. Which makes sense. I love it, Pepsi. Anyway, so this is something that the Russians are trying to hide from us.
To battle!
What do you think this is? What in the world is that abomination, chat? What is that abomination? It's like an M24 turret. M41D. Like an M24 turret on like a... That is an abomination, chat. Whoever designed that should be absolutely thoroughly shot. The original metadata. Sorry for the flashbang. I flashbang myself too. Some days I'm very sad that I don't have HDR running. Other days I'm very glad. But you accidentally opened the former Yugoslavia program? Oh no. Yeah, I'm sure there's no crimes in there. Any place that Hugo was named after can't be that bad, right? What do you think they are, chat? I know, they're probably behind me. That's where everything ends up. Oh. I didn't hear the launch of that one. Really? Okay. I would have thought that would go through. I would apparently be wrong. What is the...
Attention to the designated grid
Reuben.
square.
What? What the actual potato is this missile?
Attention to the designated grid square.
Cumulative jet is 430 mils at 30 degrees. 5 mils of kinetic. Stat cards? A couple of patches ago, they did provide more information, they're just more annoying.
Target destroyed!
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Shot fired! Target destroyed!
This number diagram. Yeah. I'd love for a toggle to be like simplify or full the number cards. Ow, 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 ow. Cool. Oh, out there. Neat.
Attention to the map.
Annie.
Destroyed!
Okay, I almost left the spawn, chat. G'day, Maru Sky. How you doing today? Hopefully having a very good one. Oh, 2:55 a.m. You want to see early jets in action? I can take up the MiG. Happy to take a MiG up. This just gave you the muzzle velocity and pan at 500 meters. That's, yeah. I mean, you need to have 2 points of reference so you understand what the drop is. But that's all you really need. We show the simple car with an option for an expanded button. That'd be great. That'd be great, actually. Right, there's a match. Two. Up and running. Behold, MiG-9, complete with recently stolen by a Ukrainian farmer flags. Those are up. Light the engine.
Somebody cover me!
Reset one of my controls because it always turns itself to this for whatever stupid reason.
Need backup.
Light this candle. It does get going eventually, I promise. This thing is so under-engined. I mean, early jets were. They were heavier and slower off the runway by a massive margin, but they were efficient at much higher speeds. Parade fire that looks cool, but oh boy, was it terrible. Sorta. Like it was appropriate for its time, and less of a victim of corruption than some of the later designs. It also had some really interesting, like, design criterias. I didn't show you earlier, but do you see those two little, like, post holes on the wingtip, just sort of in the middle of that rear quarter? Those are actually a really cool mechanical indicator to say if your gear is stowed or not.
Need backup.
So you can actually see if your gear is down, a little post sticks out of those markers. So there's some really cool stuff in them. And it was certainly better than some of the early NATO designs. But the resources thrown at NATO designs later made this thing look pretty amateur. Either way, we're up and at 'em. See the battle space is down there. I don't see any other jets up at the moment.
Somebody cover me.
Flaming out your engines by firing the main guns is a major oversight, please. They're not the only ones to do that one. The
Need backup.
initial test of the F5E had the same problem. They actually built a deployable gas block to stop that from happening because it happened originally. Anyway, could be worse. Could be the Thunder Screech. Stupid idea. Yes, let's make a supersonic prop fighter. That's a wonderful idea. Maybe you're up there.
Attention to the designated grid zone. Guide on me. Attention to the map.
Thunder Screech was one of the ideas of all time. Not a good one, but it was an idea. Whoa! Don't love that idea, chat. Get ourselves below that firing angle.
Need cover!
There's a anti-air trying to murder me. Trying to murder me a lot.
Attack the A point. Attention to the designated grid zone! Somebody cover me!
Before we stall it. But all of that speed, altitudes. Still trying to murder me though. You know, as happens. Oi, rude. For those not aware, the Thunder Screech was a design project to build a prop plane, contemporary to the super props,
Allied forces have captured
using
the zone.
existing technology, runs on piston fuel, standard fuel, but was going to be supersonic. The problem, of course, being that in order for the vehicle to be supersonic, the thrust had to be supersonic. For the thrust to be supersonic, it meant that the propellers were breaking the sound barrier constantly. And it was the loudest thing that anyone has made in that style. Any vehicle, any plane of all time, the Thunder Screech is by far the loudest. It also had such vibration that it would shake itself apart. They had to retighten everything after every run of the thing. B-29 is your favorite East Block fighter. Drop dead gorgeous. Wants back it up. Chili, how are you? Very good of you to join us. Three.
Winning. Attention to the map. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
The plane's up chat. It's very difficult being jet fighter pilot in this situation. But you get shot down by AA.
Need backup.
Distracted. Hello. That thing with that fire rate is probably a light vehicle. Let's see if we can ruin it today, chat. Of course, the gun sight on this thing is kind of rough. But see if we can make it work. Nope.
We don't have the advantage anymore.
What's that? Whoa! Murder! No murder! Leave alone! Whoa! Light spin! No, come on, don't do it to me. Never mind, I got outplayed by gravity. Pepsi joined you for Reaper last night. Nice. Very nice. It was last night for you.
Crew position. Button up. Driver ready.
Talking about ideas of one. All the time the CF-105 was a wonderful choice, and buying F-101 there was certainly a choice. So are you implying that the best design is not always the one that's chosen. Look into the M60 versus the what's the model number? I can't remember, but so many times there's been like, we chose this design. Why? It performed worse, but we like the company better. Litho braking is not recommended. Potato, potato. Sometimes I fail to defy gravity, okay? But it's only so I can sit there and sing away the song that everyone knows. I was defying gravity. Bum, 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 bum. Where is that? Where the hecking heck was that? Right next to me somewhere? Okay. A little bit frustrating. XM803? No, XM803 was a prototype for the Abrams series. T54, so the T54 series was, I think, the designation for it. But there was a, what was T54 series? Autoloader, great gun, stabilize, you know, all the designs of modern vehicle. And they went M60 instead. TF105 is a little different. US Force Canada destroyer. Almost never built it. One again, but outperformed the M60s everywhere. Oh, neat. We can also talk about the super tweet in that form. The super tweet. What happens when you just strap jet engines onto a onto a two-seat trainer? That's a bit bad. T-51, that's a series. Yeah, there was a whole series of them. The T-54 series. The E1's the one which you have in War Thunder and World of Tanks, but there's a number of different variants of it that they built to compete for that prototype. So to compete for the contract, and despite outperforming the M60 series, it was chosen. But no one's surprised that they chose that one instead of the M48 series, I think it was. I don't know. It all blurs together after a while. Let's get back into a lower tier one. Oscillating turrets are bad for ergonomics though right now. Sort of. It depends on the design. I don't actually know the interior of the T-54 one. Oscillating turrets were a really good solution for a autoloader because it ensured that the barrel was always in line with the loading mechanism. Because the other design systems for autoloaders required the barrel to reset after every firing, which it definitely gets the job done, but it lowers the cyclic rate and the accuracy of the vehicle. So by using a oscillating turret, it removed that factor. So it was one of the more popular ways of doing it, especially in NATO countries, because the French did it for a very long time. But nowadays you have much better autoloaders. Well, results vary on that one. I mean, Russia still are the turret toss champions, but The shells are so big you need to raise the barrel to manually. Right? And one of several reasons why the British moved to two-part ammunition for their first couple of 120 cannons. Even some of their 105s had two-part.
Start the engine! Most of the strategic zones are captured.
Advance! Roger that. Advancing.
Skirtless. No, the skirtless Panthers shouldn't be in this lineup. Where is the M18? Oh, in town. Okay. Sure. Apparently. The L7? Yeah. A lot of that ordnance quick firing stuff was really like, it was very much the development of modern cannons with the rifle barrels, though things moved away from that one when everyone started using discarding Sabo rounds because it was found that you didn't really need to spin them before they exited for them to be just as effective, and it allowed you to use more ammo type. However, rifle barrels couldn't fire Hesh rounds, which did the job extremely effectively against the designated target at the time, which was like T-72s in the 80s. But now you look at the Challenger 3 designs, and they're getting I think it's a Rheinmetall cannon, right? Smoothbore 120, and I think that is largely two reasons. One of which is that using the same ammo as their allies makes everything a lot easier in regards to logistics, but also it lets them use higher velocity discarding Sabo rounds because they're not limited by the spin speed of the barrel.
We've been hit. Attention to the map.
That sucked. Yep, that sucked.
Attention to the map.
Hi. Okay, let's go.
We're getting hit. The engine is burning. Driver unconscious.
Wait, T-34 got me? Heck was the T-34? That's a bit of kill thievery right there. Rheinmetall L55? That seems correct. I'm not sure of the Rheinmetall designations, unless you're talking about the Rheinmetall Borsig, which I loved, even though it was not great. I loved it. Like unhinged. How do we use this Panzer IV shell? Ooh, I know. And then you look at the new Panther that they were trying to sell. I don't actually know anyone who's bought it, but it's like Here's our brand new Panther tank. It's got a 130mm cannon. That's bigger. That's bigger than 120mm. That makes it more cannony. Hey, what up, Black Flammy? How you doing today? Bonk. That is a pile of concrete. Good, there's nothing scary there. You can move in. Okay. I'm doing well. I was a bit sick yesterday, but I think it was a food-borne illness. So I'm pretty much back up and running now. Still a bit tired, but I think that's also just me being tired, you know. Something up here, right? Ow. Ow. And the tiger whiffed it. Oh. Neat, I guess. And spade. No, not spaded. Spaded. What have I not done? No, it is spaded. But it's not spaded. What? It's spaded, but it's not spaded. What? It's spaded right now, but if I close out of here, it's not spaded anymore. What? That's weird, but okay. Anyway, I'm gonna make some terrible life choices. Gotta go. I'll be right back, chat. Just need to make some space for more tea. Let's go with that. Well, I mean, you've got to be a responsible owner, Sandgroper. We don't need more tanks out and about. There's already enough. If also, you know, you don't want to introduce defects into the tanks by having them just procreate wherever they want to. That's how you end up with things like pugs, okay? Everything is upgrades both there and not there until you check. If I have any cola. I'll be a second. I'm just going to check if I've got any cola downstairs. Won't be too long. I'm just going to jump in. I'm in the queue. It could take forever. I'm going to jump into the TOG because, of course, I am. Back in a second. Oh boy, of all the maps there are, this is one of them.
Button up. Driver ready. Gun
Either CV90 105, CV90 120 are getting more interest for export. No. I do feel like light tanks are very much of interest. And they're certainly going to get more interest from the 90-105 than they are from the 90-120, sorry, than they are from the S-tank. S-tanks, for those not aware, are the articulating tanks that everyone sort of knows as cheese wedges. Good old Captain Morgan. I had a can of, I found a can of lemonade. Good enough. What was made right before stabilizer tech was usable. Stabilizer tech's been usable for a very long time. There's been hydropneumatic stabilizers that have been very, very good for a very long time.
Target destroyed. Captain is home.
The wedge tank was a design that was built to the specifications that it was expected to be deployed in, which is a defensive wall, a sort of rolling hills environment. So it very much was built to the spec. It was expected to do a very good job of that sort of role.
Armor piercing. Loading.
Nope, that's a bounce. I'm about to explode, chat. Aw, really? First shot goes right into my turret assembly. Oh. The wedges were also very impressive in the range. Absolutely they were. They were very, very, very impressive vehicles. Mostly because they made the most of what they had in, like, design weight limits, right? Like, every vehicle has a design weight based on the engine, back size, those two things mostly. And you sort of have to balance the amount of armor that you put on the thing. That's why a modern main battle tank, I think 80% of the armor is in the front 60 degrees. If it's not facing towards you, it has less armor than a World War II tank. Where in the world did they go? They were there. I don't know where they went. I don't know where my tank went either. War Thunder. It's flawless. There it is. That's commander only. That's not going to help me. You rushed that shot, chat. Gunner and loader. Oh, really?
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Commander, driver, horizontal. Neat. Poke no las dos, Sangropa. But yeah, those S tanks were, like, they still are a very impressive piece of kit. I'm referring to these things. Let's do it. Bargain 103. Very, very impressive piece of kit. Designed to give you as much effective armor as possible in a relatively low profile, while still having the capabilities of a main battle tank. What it is not great at is a city fight or like an anti-infantry engagement, but for a defensive position at long distances, fantastic. Yes. It's at 8.5 hours until Vera comes back online, till AOC returns. So if you need some sleep, now's the time to get it. Assuming it comes back online on time. It might well come online late. It did this week. Last week. Ow, my spine.
Crew position.
I didn't need it anyway. Oh. I'm just a shadow of where I used to be, chat. Oh, there it is. Nope, can't get. Oh, back again, gone again, back again, gone again. Where'd he come from? Where'd he go? Where'd he come from? How did I go? Well, that's a great time for an ad to run. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am in fact making references to the rednecks. Hi.
We've been hit. Target destroyed. Armor piercing. Loading.
Ow. Different tiger got me. Boo. Boo, I tells you, boo. Here. We gotta stop line. Fuck a wolf.
030. Height 400 meters.
AKA Butcher Bird.
Attention to the map. Attack the decoy. Attack the decoy.
I really think they're being clever. Really spam attack the D point. I spent too much time polishing their brains to a smooth shine. Gotta make sure there ain't no wrinkles on that thing.
Attention to the designated grid zone. Attention to the designated grid square.
Boneless, skinless chicken breast. Chicken McNugget. Ah, yes. That one exploded. That's good. Gun there. I'm assuming I get a shot from the side here, so in a moment. This is how it works. SU 122 or 122. Hi. Nashorn. Nashorn just machine gun something to death? Oh, that's a bad way to go.
The engine is firing.
Okay, I didn't expect to go through that angle. Good work, me, I guess? Not really. That was like here. Big match. Good to see. Whoa. Still not used to the beard being gone. It's been less than a day. Not particularly surprised. So welcome to the beardless tiki.
Very much.
Enjoy your stay. The biggest downside, for me at least, is that now people can tell if I'm smiling or not. Which I feel like is unfair. I shouldn't be required to smile to look like I'm smiling. M18 bros. They're being M18 bros.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
And the most interesting one from like a interacting with my body standpoint, that's really badly worded, but like the most noticeable thing for me is the mustache, because I'm so used to doing like the little brushes and touches and motions to manage my upper lip follicles, my lip sweater, my fuzzy wingman, that I'm going to be keeping on doing it even when I don't have it. Just out of pure muscle memory at this point. So you see me doing these ones? It's because I'm used to like using it to straighten out my mustache. So I must ask you to help point out when I'm making those mistakes. When I'm making those mistakes.
Artillery strike. Coordinates. Delta. 6. Destroy. Delta. 3. Acknowledge. Open fire.
Okay. Bit of M18 violence there. As happens. Oh look, it's former me. Ah, a bit more M18 violence. This time via artillery shell.
Victory will be ours. Artillery barrage in your sector.
Perfect.
For mercy!
Judging them as mistakes if I've upgraded.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
I'm not going to pretend that it's the best choice I've ever made, removing my face sweater, but it's been long enough that I don't like. I like the change at this point, but I also didn't shave it. It's just down to a 0 cut. So regrowing it won't cause me all the issues it usually does. The beard's about a month of length. The mustache is about 2.5 months of length. But I haven't got any events or anything on that I care about before then. So I don't know. I might even just keep it, honestly. I don't mind it. I'd like to maybe lose another 5 kilos to get rid of the potentiality of like double chinning. But I've lost a lot of weight since I last had a visible chin, and this is much better, honestly. Much better. When I nose down a bit too much, there's still some jowlage. Chin haver? Facial baldness, but it is coming up towards summer for you. I'm going towards winter without a face sweater. Not that winter in Australia is anything. A nice break from being too hot. Sorry, chat. My spine has complained. My spine filed a complaint. For some reason, when I'm standing for far too long at my desk at the moment, I'm like, I think I'm curling backwards away from the desk or something. I don't know. Lower back starts hurting after a long time. And it kind of sucks. So I just sit for a while and I'm fine again. The other bad habit I have is I tuck my feet underneath. I tuck my feet like way underneath my desk. And then I just end up with knees being sore. Pretty soon it won't need a reason to start hurting. It needs a reason? Huh, that's new. It's gonna be interesting going to work this weekend because, yeah, like I said, it's been many years since I've been a chin haver. And when I had my trimming accident a couple of weeks ago, where I had it down to like just a short beard, no one commented. 0 people seem to have actually noticed or cared. But I think getting rid of the whole thing, including my cop stash, maybe people will notice. Otherwise, maybe people will just not notice because people don't notice things that aren't directly impacting them. Not that I actually care if people care. No? I make sense to me sometimes, okay, chat? Not often, but sometimes. I definitely don't make sense to others very often. The vanishing vehicle is challenging me at the moment, chat.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Artillery barrage in your sector.
Yep, of course.
Artillery strike in your sector.
Ooh, spicy. That was definitely luck just then, chat. That I spotted it at exactly that moment. It was making a cheeky, sneaky run. Oh dear. That's a big whiff, no ding. Commander and gunner.
We're ahead of the enemy.
Where the heck did that shell just go? Or not go, as the case may be.
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Oh, it's the VK though. They had the high grounds, chat. Never had a chance. The mug, is it secret? Is it safe? The mug must be kept safe. I have the mug and a spare, honestly. My first mug broke. I then found a equivalent mug that's a little bit smaller, but not bad, and bought 2 of them. I'm just enjoying a fine glass of rum and lemonade. Specifically Captain Morgan's Spice Rum Lemonade. Because I felt like oon beverage. I would probably go quite well with a dash of spice. I added a wee dram of black rum. That's actually better. Alright.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory.
Ding ding ding. The more you know. Cheery hasn't died since then. Keep an eye out for it. It was wide.
Resistance to the designated grid square.
Hello.
piercing. Loaded.
Bonk.
Will be yours. Target damaged.
Attention to the designated grid zone!
Advance. Roger that. Advancing.
Going a little bit high.
Armor piercing.
That's better.
Target destroyed.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Attention to the designated grid square!
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Yep, it's gone. Good. Back to the point.
Move after me!
How are you doing anyway, Matthias? Hopefully you're doing well. That's the Swedish thing. That's the D. No, that's not the DT. The 43, right?
Just a little more
What is the DT?
and
Okay.
victory will surely be ours.
Which is funny because it literally translates from what I've been told to split turret because there's like a physical breach in the turret. I mean, Swedish naming things very literally, not surprising to anybody. Oh, I don't know why it didn't notify me, but thank you for the subscription
Objective
on YouTube. Martian. Thanks, appreciate it. I don't know why it didn't notify me. But then it kind of notified me, but not really. Be strange. Anyway. I am on YouTube and Twitch, by the way, chat. YouTube does have a higher bitrate, 1440p stream going via AV1. That does look very pretty and nice, but the content is the same. Unfortunately, I don't have as much ability to do interactables on YouTube, and also I don't have monetization on YouTube. So if you feel like throwing a subscription over that way, that'd be neat, but I don't expect it. I am just proceeding at the moment. I've got no expectations on YouTube. It's a second thing I'm doing at the moment, despite my average YouTube viewership being 2. Me and one other person who's normally you isn't. Continuing the proof that my weird focus on no, YouTube, it has music on it. Attack Cat. I actually changed my music settings to allow for YouTube safe music as well. My video on demand on Twitch is music free. So all the clips and stuff are music free. But yeah, even YouTube does have video now. So music now. It's set up so I could do it music free. But I feel like I interact with the music too much to not have it running. It's very funny. I watch Butcher a lot, and he stops his music whenever he's playing because he gets very serious about it. I'm like the opposite. The match starts and I turn the music up. I'm like, yeah, jabbing. No, I'm going to mix up the stations a bit. I use Pretzel Rocks, which is pretty good service, but sometimes it's very broken. But it's how I license all the music for streaming. So unfortunately, their like back-end systems are so broken. Gosh, it's frustrating sometimes. They're eating like $20 a month. Actually, no, now that the Australian dollar redo is tanked, like $23 a month. But I like to license my music correctly. That's one of the things I want to do as a creator. I don't want to rely on not being caught as my solution to music. Let's go, Chad. I'm going to double down on punk at the moment. Come on. Good 1960s vehicle passed. Technically 1954, but still. They were not manufactured in large numbers in 1954. See? I shouldn't have known that, chat. I do really like the reskinned version of this map. I do think it's very pretty.
Roger, advancing.
It's also moderately well optimized. Shocking. Cracked it.
Target damage.
About to go for a bullet. Oh, didn't go through. Got him!
Target destroyed.
Enemy forces have captured the zone.
Armor piercing.
I'm making bad decisions quickly. Gunner horizontal. I'll take it. Cannon breach. Yeah, I'll take that. Probably not in the middle of this point because the artillery's done. Never mind. Did I get booped on the snoot? Oh yeah, right in the middle of me. Nice.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
Oh, there's nobody over here with me, chat. I'm absolutely on my own over here.
Attention to the designated grid zone. We're winning. Move artillery.
Tank. 1 o'clock. Point blank.
Never mind. That wasn't an enemy. I was just waiting for the rangefinder on that. Apparently. Hi. Driver and transmotion. Guess I can machine gun you for a while. Love that, right?
Target damaged. Armor piercing. Loading.
How are you? Okay, fine. I'll just put one in the driver. Driver's compartment again. Let's get it done.
Destroyed.
Attention to the map.
Armor piercing. Loading.
Allied forces have captured the zone. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Gun in action.
Really?
The engine is burning. Transmission.
True crew. This is an issue, chat. I feel like they hit me in the back. Oh, I artillery them. Ah! Sorry. I'm fine. How are you? Yes.
Enemy forces have captured the zone.
Artillery strike. Coordinates. Delta. 3. Destroyed.
Delta 3. Controlling. Open fire. Attention to the map. Attention to the map. Thank you. Attention to the designated grid square.
Missed. Never mind. Return to hangar. I went kaboom. Thanks for being out, chat. Hopefully you're having a great day. I really appreciate your company. Tomorrow I will be back on AOC, assuming it's up. No idea when exactly. It basically just depends on when I wake up. Yeah. That's all I got. Oh. Really? That's odd. Russians outnumbering? Very strange. No, I'm still going. Absolutely still going. I'm just mentioning that I'm planning on being on live again tomorrow. I know it sounded like I was finishing, but I'm not. I'm still going. I haven't even finished my beverage. I don't know when I'll finish, honestly. I probably should finish now. But I haven't. This is very depressing. This is very depressing. Latest live stream performance. 4 views. Peak current viewers. 2. Eh. I have 2 new subscribers in the last 28 days. I have had more views on today's stream than I have had on any of my recent streams.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Sure.
Roger that.
Thanks, Jeff. By the way, I will be drawing my ship giveaway for Star Citizen tomorrow. So please make sure you have entered if you are interested. It is for a Drake Golem, which is the new mining ship in Star Citizen. Yeah, like I said, drawing it tomorrow. So get involved if you want to, or, you know, don't get involved if you don't want to, I guess. How these things work. Range find to that. Oh wow, it actually is that range. That was still short. Okay.
Armor piercing.
Still short. Really?
Attention to the designated
1800?
Armor piercing.
Maybe?
Loaded.
Yeah, there we go.
Target hit. Armor piercing. Loaded. Armor piercing. Loaded. Target destroyed.
You can send in some yeet shots downrange, chat.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Couple of spicy yeety boys.
Deployed. Armor piercing. Loaded.
Where the heck are these shots going? Yeah, okay, I don't know.
Armor piercing.
Let's see how it goes. Let's get it a little bit closer. So just keep on sending rounds downrange.
Height 500 meters.
Under 1,000, right? Oh dear.
Armor piercing. Loaded. Armor piercing. Loaded.
On 10.
Somebody cover me.
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Not quite long enough.
Attention to the map.
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Really?
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Hobbit, son.
Armor piercing. Loaded.
Definitely want to. Where? This isn't great, chat. Had to explode. Well, that definitely happened. Explosions? Explosions. Go. Don't leave me. Oh. That person hates me. Keep moving, just keep moving, don't stop moving, keep on moving. There! The arm.
Attention to the designated grid square.
As the wise and ahead of their time top group, as Club 7 told us, don't stop, never give up. Hold your head high and reach the top. That can tell me about don't stop moving, everybody's grooving. One of them is a lot more profound than the other. Dude. Hi. Ow. Why? So rude. Hi. That's a little low.
Attention to the designated grid square.
There she blows.
Armor piercing loaded.
I'm such a pop kid. That really was what I grew up with, that. Miss. Ammunition storage is empty. Well, that's an issue, chat. I need to return to. Actually, I don't need to return to base, do I? I need to build myself an ammo supply. Here's the ammo I'm carrying with me that I'm not carrying with me. Anywho.
Armor piercing loaded.
Attention to the designated grid square.
We go. Myself up to like 12 rounds, then we'll try again.
Request air recon. Air 170. Height 1,000 meters.
Armor piercing loaded.
A21. I actually kind of liked the A21. It wasn't great, but it was fun. Oh dear. Kaboom. There's an Ostwind on the point. That's challenging for me. Because I'm driving an open top with No real armor. I'm sure it'll be fine. There's absolutely zero confidence. What the? Okay, something just ruined me.
Guide on me. Need backup.
I really like that Cure 3.7 Ram. It's a very fun vehicle, just doesn't have armor. So I'm now swapping out from something with zero armor to something with surprisingly effective armor, because it was built using the tooling available in Australia at the time, which we used to make trains. So we actually used a very, very good material for it, and we made lots of cast stuff. So very high quality castings. Cast turret. Solid hull. Apparently not a good interior, but War Thunder don't care. The Unduos are uncomfortable, they don't care. AC-1. AC-1's a hilarious little tank. Munster is yelling at you. That's what they do. I heard someone describe how a cat looks at their human as they look at you constantly, like you just asked them for a lift to the airport. I don't think it's wrong. Butcher! Why are you ending so early, bud? Thanks so much to the massive Raiderino. Welcome to those coming across from Butcher's channel. Hopefully it'll be an amazing time. I was a previously bearded man, but there is no beard left. I removed it for reasons unknown to me, mostly related to booze, I'm thinking. Welcome across T-Bone, Zoe, Motor Duck, big ol' Raiderino. Folks, if you haven't followed Butcher already, please make sure you do follow Butcher. 100% worth the time. Dot 20, welcome. Thanks for the follow, appreciate that one. Hopefully everyone's having an amazing day. I'm out here just having some fun in War Thunder. I play Ground Sim quite a lot, which is one of the least popular modes in War Thunder. But I have fun doing it, and that's all that really matters. No, but I'll do that later when my brain is working properly. I just exploded. Oh. Sure. They used a pile of corpses as cover. Normal. G'day, Futch. How's yous doing this fine day? I'm sorry to hear that I'm sorry to see that you're wound up a bit early. Normally you run much later. Off to watch the footy. Ah, that makes sense now. It's normally the F1 or the footy that causes Futch to wander off, and it's not Sunday. Brains don't need to work properly. You're not wrong. Who's playing today? In ye oldie footy. Collingwood versus Brisbane. Oh, that shouldn't be a bad match, actually. If nothing else, they've both got very vocal teams, supporters, so should be a good one. You've tipped the Lions because Gabba. Alright. Alright. I am not an avid sports ball person. Hey, take care of yourself, bud. I'm not a very big sports ball person. That said, I used to work for a company that had a box seat for the SCG. And it was actually really fun going out and watching AFL live. It was very, very fun watching AFL live. I'm shocked that went through. Huh. Okay. But I can't watch it on live. Box seats are real nice. Box seats are great, especially when part of the criteria for me taking visiting guests to the matches was that I had to make sure they enjoyed the facilities. Yes, that means get on the tinnies. I haven't watched much AFL since COVID for some reason. I mean, it's a really entertaining sport. It's a genuinely entertaining sport. It is arguably the most athletic sport I have ever watched. When you see the whole field and how everyone's moving around on the field, it makes a lot more sense than watching it on TV. Watching AFL on TV it's hard to understand the scale of the match.
To battle. Ready up.
Even half full stadiums loud as heck. Heck, yes they are.
Loader ready.
Football fields are massive. No, so AFL's played in cricket stadiums. They're even bigger up. I word good. I may do word good. Lee, you'd watch anything at box seat. The funny thing is I was offered box seats to... What was I offered to? I was offered box seats to UFC, but it doesn't interest me at all. So I didn't take them. But yeah, generally speaking, a lot of the entertainment you find in box seats is from the box seats themselves, not the show. I actually was taken to... What's the guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name. Sam Smith. I got box seats to Sam Smith, and I went along to it, and the show was fine, I guess. But I had a good time anyway because box seats. I did a lot of VFL matches when I had a car because it was easy to get there on Saturday afternoon. Okay. Oh, that's like the feeder series under AFL, right? I went to see Sam Smith live. It was fine. I didn't love the performance. The songs were songs that I had heard at some point, but I didn't particularly care about. But because it was box seats, I had a good show. By the time it ended, I was hammered. Remember, chat, if you have box seats, you're not paying for them. If you don't ask them to refill the bar at least once, you're doing it wrong. Pennies? Wow! Things are Australian as. Have a cup of tea. Insomnia. Oh, dude, I'm sorry you have that. That sucks. Mate, sinking tinnies at the footy is just Australian. Family, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome. Silly tank. Driving over here very, very slowly in my big silly tank. How's the War Thunder treating me today? About as well as it usually does, so fair to middling. They don't expect any otherwise, so I'll take it. How are you this fine day, Funky Squad? Okay, there was an awful lot of rum in that glass earlier, so I'm actually doing better than I was. Those T26 things. such a weird, like, bobblehead thing. I say as I drive past in a Tog. Tog, the older generation. The old guys.
Designated grid zone. Somebody cover me.
Tank, 8 o'clock. Range 300 meters.
Our team is camping spawn already. This map is so rough. You actually started the game with my TV remote and tried playing a match with it. I couldn't both move and aim at once. It was rough. That's fair. Yep, that'll happen. Why? Rude. Why? They're really shooting at us, Chad. There's a ally.
030. Height 400 meters. Air 040. Height 500 meters. Air 050. Height 500 meters.
You're hanging in. Your day is gonna be silly. You got to enjoy it. Install a new server in the morning. Get blood drawn this afternoon. All on no sleep. And getting blood drawn and no sleep sucks. Just make sure you drink enough water. Like, I donate plasma fairly regularly. I haven't recently because I had surgery recently, but I donate plasma on the semi-regular. And if you're dehydrated AF, it is really rough donating or getting blood draws or anything like that. So make sure you hydrate. I'm just saying. Also, water. Yeah, bud. No, tea's fine. Tea is still perfectly reasonable. The problem is that tea makes you pee. Because tea ends up being a diuretic. In most cases. Where the heck was that from? Squirrel 45. Was it enemy, apparently? Lost my barrel. But yeah, like, smash the water, man. And or person. Sorry, I assumed gender there. My bad. Smash the water. Just go absolutely ham on it.
Loader, unconscious.
Attention to the map.
Fire!
Attention to the map. I agree.
Gear out of order.
I don't know why it's so far behind our team, but here we find ourselves. I don't know why this person is having such a hard time killing me. I'm in a Tog. You all need to get your act together.
Attention to the map.
I survived. Honking somehow. Another cup of tea. No, dude, like, smash a cup of tea, wash it down with a cup of water. Fine. The amount of like diuretic effect you get from tea is fairly low. You will never hear me telling you not to have a cup of tea. I am well known for enjoying an cup of tea. Look at that cheesy bites of Dakar pizza. Huge news. Oh no. The challenging part for you, Zoe, is making it past all the really good curry places to get to Pizza Hut. I've been watching too much Japan Eats, and I really want a good curry. For whatever reason. Can't stand curry, that's a problem. How do you live in Japan? Don't like curry. This does not compute. Error. Don't like it? Okay. Somehow. Fine, everyone's allowed to be wrong sometimes. No, it's been a long time since I had curry. It was pretty much basically since I went vegetarian. I haven't had a really good curry. Oh, I've had some good like dals and like vegetable kormas, but not like a really good spice curry. In a while. All sorts of sauces and thick soups and stuff. It's a texture thing. Oh, that's fair. That's very fair. I entirely understand that one. Food texture is a big consideration, especially for people who have like I'm gonna say interaction issues with the world. Hard word used to say. Hard word used to say. Yes, good word be Farah, do goodly. You absolute muppet. Center issues. Yes, word good. Do good. I'll chat. You may not believe this, but I've been streaming for 10 years. Nearly 11. I'm so broken. Marvel at the words that I can word. Meanwhile, I'm driving my invisible tank across. One heck of a battle going on down that 7 line. Who's that? Ah, T-34. Alright. It is most likely Franklin. I say most likely because Lend-Lease captured ridiculousness in this lineup. And I think bring in the German T-34 with the 75 UK 42. I think that's the model. I don't heck you know anymore, chat. There's so many different model numbers of the different vehicles that they really do all blur together. That's friendly. Oh, someone got bombed. Non-pen, nani? Hi.
Target destroyed. We've been hit! Armor piercing loaded! Engine on!
Marvel, it took 19 years to diagnose you with severe autism when I was sitting in class meowing to yourself. Hey man, just because you don't want to sit in your M1 talking about your M1 whilst gently carrying your M1, wearing your often you're wearing your M3 nowadays. I'm dead. Yep, dead. So we look sensory issues and diagnosis of neurodivergent disorders is really hard, especially in countries that historically have a challenging time providing, I'm going to say, education about that. I know that until extremely recently, mental health was not an acknowledged issue in South Korea, for example. And someone having like mental health related issues was not like a thing that they recognized. Australia has been fairly like up to date in regards to providing care for people who are neurodivergent, but even that they're not picking up on. And then you can go for the American method, which is going backwards as fast as you can towards 1939. Apparently. It's rough in South Korea, it's been really bad in Japan too up until the last 15 years. Okay, well I'm glad it's catching up. That's very good. The way that you're employed in Japan has definitely not caught up. Because unless it's changed a lot, in Japan you're basically hired. You're basically hired like as a person to do things, and then you're assigned to a role. You don't really get any say in like where you're working exactly, or who you're working for, or what you're doing for that company. You're just kind of hired to be a worker, and then they work out what they want you to do. It's kind of awful. The Japanese salaryman sort of way of life it sucks so much. Japanese been improving drastically since 2010 because the whole suicide rates were getting so high, the birth rates were getting so low. Yeah, I know that Japanese suicide rate was one of the highest when you excluded military service. Wild. Absolutely. I had to work on it and probably mental health care. Good. I mean, it's the worst reason to do it, but good. Third highest in the world behind Greenland and Finland. I'm not particularly surprised that Greenland is that high. I didn't know that Finland was that high. Greenland's rough because of its latitude. basically meaning that cabin fever is so much more of an issue there. Basically, places where it is dark more than it's light have a really tough time with mental health, especially during winter.
12 o'clock. Point blank.
Finland's incredibly isolated culture-wise. Yeah. Neurospicy crew unite. I was diagnosed while I was in high school with a form of what was it called? Visual perceptual dyslexia, which it's pseudoscience, honestly. It's been since relatively disproven, but it was basically a bad case of me not being able to read good, especially in high contrast environments. And it just basically meant that I had a really hard time reading when I was going through high school. Not so much of an issue anymore. That said, I was also diagnosed as being on the spectrum as well. I'm not autistic. I mask too well for that.
Crew position.
Yay! There's my overshare for today. Yet another sign that I'm a little bit on the spectrum. I risk getting medication after going on a bad one for 6 years. I was able to try one for absorptive disassociation recently. It's been good. I'm glad that you're finding a solution to your problem. I never recommend people avoid medications once you understand what they're doing. Working with a medical professional to understand what the chemicals you're being given do is very important. They tried to put you on Vyvanse, and you said no. I don't know that medication at all. I can't pretend to be an expert on that. But I'm one of the many children of the 80s who was put on dexamphetamines as the solution to all of life's focus problems. Called Adderall? Okay. Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about now. Amphetamines, the solution to all problems.
Attention to the map.
Including passing drug tests. It solves them. Ritalin's much gentler than Dexies. Yeah, no, I was old school. They gave me Dexies. But I went off them fairly quickly. They helped me for a while, but my body very much decided that it would work with that one. It didn't respond well to Ritalin either. Okay. I shouldn't have been put on Dexies, honestly. Whilst I didn't get like hyperactive on them, it also definitely wasn't the focused solution that it was for many people. It helped me finish high school, but it definitely had more side effects than effects. Go with that. If any of you all wondered why amphetamines are used widely as weight loss, this was a skinny person in high school. How did that ricochet? I hate that guy. Seriously? Seriously. Absolute paddling here. Your nephew and all three of my daughters are all ADHD. It turns out I could be as well, although at 55 it's kind of pointless going through the rigmarole of finding out. That depends. Wondering, Garrus, if you're in a situation where a health diagnosis of that nature may improve your post-working life, it may be worth going through the process of doing so. Like, entirely candid answer, in some societies, and I don't know where you are or what your situation is, so I can't give you a tailored response. It may be worth going through the process of being diagnosed with a acknowledged health concern to make your post-working life more comfortable. You're in Australia? Okay. I'm not sure on the process here. However, it may give being diagnosed as some form of the spectrum variety of neurodivergency may improve your income after work through health incentives. Good day, babyface. Good day to you too, Falkenbach. I say good day. That was a bit spicy. Hi. How did that not go through anything? Okay, whatever. They put you on Concerta, which made you really sick. And through a rough patch mentally as I stopped taking it. I didn't take an emotion anymore. Oh, that sucks. I look naked enough. I've removed my face sweater. I know, it's the weirdest thing. There's like none of the obscuring warming functions on my face bits. But I decided to change it up a bit. So here we find ourselves. Without the social barrier between my face and your face. Except the monitors. It's been... I was working it earlier. It's been about 8 years since I saw my face. If you were to go back to uni, you get different allowances regarding studying exam time start, but I'm not sure if I'm going to bother. Fair. Well, yeah, like I said, it may be worth it. Do research, talk to a professional about it, because if you are diagnosed neurodivergent as an acknowledged disability, it may give you a post-work financial incentive. We're all like different sides of one big face, man. That's just like your opinion, dude. While this is failing to load, I'm going to 1 second. Oh, well, absolutely not worth it, most likely, Wandering Govers. And I'm sorry to hear it. It sucks. Hopefully you're back to what resembles a baseline.
Cruise position.
Why is there a dead M18 here? Whatever. I know exactly why. It's because someone team killed someone by being stupid, I guess. Grab some of that blood orange soda. I find myself consistently translating my phraseology and word choice to American, but I try to avoid the modern doublespeak that is trying to be TikTok algorithm friendly, because I don't care. I just don't care. Resembles a baseline? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say that you get yourself back to, you know, original manufacturing specification, but getting yourself to a point that you're comfortable with would be amazing. I try to live realistically, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Hi.
Target destroyed.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Armor piercing.
Heaven.
Loaded.
You're too mentally messed up to work unskilled label full time. I mean, you need effective promise, but I'm not independent functional basic stuff, so I can't finish shooting at the game. I'm in assisted living for the rest of life. So, hopefully you can find your speciality where your brain works good. All of us have a thing that we can do good. Sometimes it's just a matter of working out what it is and then working out how to monetize it. I don't word good, so I really should have given up many years ago doing the Twitch streaming thing, but it pays my internet bills, so here we find ourselves. And I only have to work for around 20 hours a week to do it. You can type in a computer really, really fast. Have you considered looking into being a stenographer, Zoe? A court stenographer. It's a different keyboard, but you may find yourself well suited for it. Also, having or not having good interpersonal skills actually could be a benefit as a court reporter. So what's your tea of choice? Mine's a simple black tea, Yorkshire Gold. Ooh, Yorkshire Gold's a solid choice. For a proper cup of tea? You're a software engineering major with a game dev minor? Fine. I know I'm just, you know, can type good, not necessarily great at people. I hear that skill set and I think, person taking notes in court. I don't know, Zoe type code. Brrr. What's my tea of choice? So a lot of the time I'm drinking a spiced chai, which is the spiced black tea that I mix with soy. That is what I consume in volume on stream. Though I also have quite a selection of other teas as well, such as Melbourne breakfast teas. Really like them. Oh, good. An Avenger team killed. Love it. Joyous. living in the US watching an Aussie streamer. Global-tastic. Look at us. Look at us doing this on the internet. Also, if you haven't checked them out already, I keep on being told that those in the US, Teavana is apparently great. I'm drinking lots of Prana chai, but Prana chai is massively overpriced in the US. You'll pay the same in freedom bucks as I do in Australian dollary dues for Prana, and that is absolutely not worth it. So yeah, that's the spiced chai that I drink largely is Prana chai. Ow! I didn't expect them there.
Attention to the map.
Yeah, let's go.
Attention to the map.
Pick on, chat. Let's fly this wooden potato. Twin Merlins, just the right amount of engine. Dollary dues, you knew that was the Australian currency. It's not. I'm using an old form of it. The modern form is dollary bucks. I'm just old-fashioned, honestly. I keep on forgetting the real name. Visibility in this thing is not great, chat. Gonna be honest here. Needs more Merlins. What, you want a quad Merlin? Fair. Can't really argue with that statement.
Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
What's the exchange rate with dollary dues? It's about 1.6 dollary dues to a freedom buck. Somewhere in that ballpark anyway. As many as you can fit in that thing. That's how you end up with things like the Italian ones that have 5 engines on them. That Italian bomber, it's got 4 wingtip engines and 1 in the middle. I'm in a Skeeto. If you like the history of this Skeeto, I highly recommend the Fat Electrician's video on it, titled Wrecking and Trolling the Germans in a Wooden Aircraft. That's it. I'm going straight to the Prime Minister. Oi, Mr. Prime Minister. G'day. Nothing. Kill. Friendly aircraft up? Yes, many friendly aircraft are up. I'm going far too slowly for this vehicle. Nose go down, please. There we go. There's one. The car park over there going underneath the rail line. Please, no. Nope. Lost it. Going too slowly. I was going too slowly. My own stupid fault. plywood wonder. Heck yes. 2 giant engines, lightweight vehicle. Sign me up. These bombs are bad. Anyway. I'll queue up for the higher tier one once more. See how this goes. Chat, I'm full of liquid. Be back in a second.
Need backup. Attention to the map. Allied forces have captured a zone. Attention to the map. Our victory is near.
Funky, I actually owe some squats, actually. I think I owe Nyabet some squats from the raid. So give us 1 sec.
Button up. Driver ready.
I have not got the right camera angle for squats at the moment. So I'll just do them over there. Oh, you 10. Right, there we go. 10. Push ups are over with Wheel of Sauce. Wheel of Sauce hurts. Wheel of Sauce is a personal attack upon my taste buds. I always hope it's sriracha. It's not always sriracha. M41D is so cursed, chat. It really is. Just cursed vehicles, right?
350. Flight. 100 meters. Let's keep the pressure on.
Nice.
Roger. Advancing.
It is you made that first great like post it made.
360. Flight. 100 meters. Move on to me.
But yeah, push ups or squats are 10 of each.
Attention to the map.
Chocolate fudgy last week. Very nice. There's actually no ice cream in the house, honestly. Which is for the best, honestly. Ah! Should have seen them. That was a bit dumb of me. Well, life this is small, squish. Where the STRV 74 got squished, this one got squished on the other axis. This one got pancaked. Okay. The STRV 74 got squished this way. This one got squished this way. Looks so stupid. Incorrect aspect ratio, my beloved. Incorrectly formatted media. That's a thing that can happen apparently. Hi. Third time lucky, chat. Seriously, the 775 looks like the hydraulic press tank, you know. Hydraulic press tank is sufficiently Russian to make it. Behind me. Oh, of course. All the objects blend together. You're not wrong. They're all just a fever dream. 775 is Squishy Boy. The, what, 229? 79 is the lunar lander, the UFO tank. Then there's also the Object 435, which is like a weird T-64 prototype. There's so many object names. Like, if there's a weird thing you could do with ground vehicles, there's an object code for it. At least that's how it feels anyway. Yeah, the 775 is the missile launcher that's been squished flat. Two henchmen, one tall and skinny and one stout and flat. This sounds like Zoe starting the henchman OC trend. This is my henchman OC. They're very loyal, but not very altitude adjusted, you know. Am I unhinged? Yes. Yes, I am. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Your tanks and anime OCs. One of the other communities I'm part of, the big Star Citizen community, that's very much a thing. The tanks as anime girls, except it's spaceships. Very much a thing. Very amusing. Because some people get so very upset about it. And I'm completely here for it. I see that one out there, but it's dead.
300 meters. Air 100. Height 300 meters.
Star Lane. Oh yeah. Laurel and Hardy as henchmen. I understood that reference. I'm old. Laurel and Hardy really were some of the finest physical comedy actors. They really were excellent.
Air 100. Height 300 meters.
You were older. Whoa! Ahead of me somewhere. Interesting.
Air 030.
Okay.
Height 300 meters. Attention to the map.
Abbott and Costello. Yeah, Abbott and Costello were just awful. They were some of our worst prime ministers. We've had two different prime ministers. One of them was Tony Abbott. One of them was Costello's first name. Why can't I refer Costello's first name?
Air 050. Height 200 meters.
China is in the lineup with it, but I'm actually running out of brain power, honestly. Also, I've already managed to shed 80% of Futch's viewers because my mind's repressing it. Fair. Hurtful, but fair.
Height 300 meters.
Two games. Yeah. Because all the Aussies going to bed. True. I mean, Aussie shouldn't be going to bed. It's only like 9 or 10 here, depending on which time zone you're in. It could be as early as like 6. It's 8 p.m. here in Sydney. Doing evening stuff? Fair. Oh, there was one.
Target damage.
Go on.
Target destroyed.
That's friendly. Definitely a T-30. That's definitely a BM3. Big light pencil. There's also an AFL game. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Yay, sports ball! Go local team! Yeah. Actually, I do want to go catch the next Swans game. It's been a while since I've been to one. The problem is I work Sundays. It's so unusual for me to not be working the day after it. And I start work at stupid o'clock, so it's a bit rough going to a sports ball game. But also worth it because it's very entertaining. Very entertaining. And I would make my nephews weak if I took them out to a match. My nephews are both big AFL. You can't force them to care about AFL. Oh no, it's very entertaining. If you watch it in person, it's an excellent sport to watch. Really, really is. I just can't really watch it on TV. It doesn't make sense on TV to the scale it makes sense in person. Because when you're in person, you can kind of see where everyone's moving to and what they're trying to achieve. That you can't see from the like small details they give you on the TV stream. I don't know if that made sense. Bullet! Did that not do anything? That did nothing. Neato. Only one game, I think I was about 10. Makes sense. Watching on TV, I can't watch AFL on TV. It doesn't comprehend me. But also my brain just doesn't comprehend a lot of things, so not particularly surprising. Also, I mean, there's no social requirement to enjoy sports ball anyway. Just like there's no social requirement to enjoy, watching Formula One. I vaguely enjoy Formula One, but watching it in person, I know very few people who've gone in person to more than one Formula One race. You can't watch any sport on TV except for the Bathurst 1000, 500cc bikes, and the Isle of Man time trial. If you enjoy Bathurst 1000, one of the most engaging races I watch every year, Wandering Garrus, is the Bathurst 12 Hour. Because there's so many different battles going on at the time, because you've got all the different classes going on, the Bathurst 12 Hour is incredibly entertaining. And I don't know if they're still doing so, but I know that they were trying to get approval to do a 24-hour race again up there. It's just tough because Bathurst Council doesn't own all the properties around it, and they still want property access during the races. So that's the reason why we've only got 12-hour nowadays. Sucks. Would love to have a 24-hour race there. Like if they had the Bathurst 24-hour race, I'd go about getting my license for road racing. But yeah, the Bathurst 12-hour is excellent to watch. Whenever I remember to, I try to go watch it in person and just sit over up at the cutting or one of the other hills up on the one of the other corners up on the hills, because it's just a vibe. I don't actually know if they're selling the camping tickets yet this year. I think they are. I should go camp that. It's a fun long weekend. The other people to watch it with, one of the few times I find myself needing company. Fair. It's definitely best enjoyed with 9 beers and a Bunnings sombrero. You're a avid enjoyer of Letter Kenny. He's ins it to wins it. Well, that's gone poorly for you, bud. You look like you're having a very bad day, bud. Rude. Anyway. They were trying to be sneaky. Sneaky, chap. Ow! It's a Ford. Brutal.
Somebody cover me.
No ammo was not in fact best armor. That was like here, I think. Hands up or went kaboom. T-34, 85? 85. Why did the YAG team feel like competent? That's very confusing. I don't think there's a Japanese comment in this lineup. It might be, but it still seems stupid. Then again, what I think is stupid and how this game interacts are very really simple things. The old yeetus deletus out and about.
The enemy is controlling most of the zone.
Ow! I must have just driven right past. No, it was ahead of me somewhere. Didn't see it. Okay, sure. Absolutely. Chat. I think I'm going to call it a day. Thank you so much for stopping by with hanging out with me. I really appreciate the company. I'm going to send you all off to, it's not actually a charity, but it is a ferret rescue called Ferret Software, run by Pirate Software, who you probably have found across YouTube. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate the company. And thank you for tolerating this weird, beardless idiot. Either way, I'm out of here. I should be online again in sometime between like 8 and 12 hours from now. If I'm online earlier than that one, it's because I've got a problem. Yeah, definitely a problem. Anyway, tomorrow should be AOC. I'll see you later. Take care of yourselves. Love your faces. Go say hi to the noodles. They're adorable. They really need to have more rescues that